et peccatum meum contra me est semper. Tibi soli peccari et malum ante feci. Ut justificeris in sermonibus tuis et vincas, cum asperges meis oppo et mundabo, lavabis me et super nivem de albabo. Aetui meo dabis cadium et
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please get your attention? I would like you to take your seats slowly. Otherwise, I'm going to talk while you are walking around, and I don't think you want that, neither do I want that. So please get yourself a nice spot. And we would like to slowly start the proceedings tonight. So, may I then start formally by saying, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Goeienaand. Sambunani. Molweni, Dumelang, Kgotsong, Lochane, Tobela, Riperile, Ndao. You are so very welcome. My name is Gerrit de Villiers, and for those of you who do not know me, and I presume quite a few because I am of the later vintage, I had the privilege of being the third director of the Institution of Civil Engineers. Way back when Cliff Macmillan, Bob Pullen, and Louis de Waal were presidents, and I'm so grateful. I'm seeing my elder Bob Pullen outside, and he will be joining us tonight. That was in fact, well, let me first say, the first director of SAICE was Brian Hollingworth. He was part-time director for 6 months, and that was way back in 1986. The second one was de Villiers Botha, who was full-time, the first full-time director for 18 months. And then I came in as a youngster, and I took over for 3 years, from 1988 to 1990. And after me, Dawie Botha took over, and he became the executive director of SAICE. And most of you know his name. He was there many years. He was also past president. Unfortunately, he cannot make it tonight, if I'm correct. But tonight is not about me. Tonight is about celebrating the inauguration of our new president. But I need to just start off with a few bits and pieces in terms of house rules. And the first one is your cell phones, mobile phones. Please put that on silent. If you do not, please say our best regards if you have to take a call. Wine menu is on the table. That's complimentary. Limited tab for soft drinks, ciders and beers. The heavier stuff is unfortunately for cash. Once limit is reached, all drinks will be served on a cash basis. I need to just point out the restrooms. Probably you've seen it when you came in, but from my right-hand side, when you came into the precinct of the ballroom, you'll find at the end of the opening, the ladies on the left-hand side restrooms and the gents on the right-hand side. If in the very unlikely event that we need to have emergency evacuation, it would be semi-wonderful if you do not run, but if you walk slowly out in the main doors, turn right the way you came in, down the steps, out into the foyer, and in front of the hotel. That would be sort of appreciated. For those of you who smoke, I hope you do not create the emergency, but if you, those of you who do smoke, go to the left-hand side. There's a veranda on that side where you're welcome to enjoy it and outside. Parking tickets. It's part of the deal. You're welcome to get your vouchers, change your parking ticket for a voucher for parking at reception. And now I want you to please focus your attention to the open door at the back, because we are now going to call in our Presidential Guard of Honor to come and join us in this illustrious event and celebrations tonight. I would like to start with our eldest elder, Bob Pullen, and I would like you, sir, my brother, please join us. He was president from 1989, the president of SAICE. Dr. Alison Lawless, 2000 president. You're welcome. Ronnie Watermeyer, 2004 president, and his wife Sue Watermeyer. Ronnie. Dr. Martin van Veelen, 2012 president. I must say I feel much at comfort because it is indeed, as you can see, some of my vintage. I'm welcome. It's so nice to have you here. Dr. Chris Herold, 2016 president, and his wife Marina, I'm sorry, not Marine. Marina Herold, apologies. Errol Kirst, 2018 president, and his wife Sandy. Nomzaan Fana Marutla, 2020 president, and his wife Irene Marutla. Vishal Krishandut, 2021 president, and his wife Ashmal Krishandut. They'll probably join us a bit later. I see, notice that they're not here. But Marianne van der Schuren is here. Sorry, Marianne. 2022 President, please join us. Stephen Kaplan, you will know, he was also at SAICE Head Office, President 2023, and his wife Helen. Stephen, please. And then 2024 President, Andrew Clothier and his wife Cheryl Clothier. Now I think it's for us an important event to welcome the new President for 2025, Mr. Friedrich Slabbert and his wife Joey Slabbert. Will you please all stand for that? And we can welcome them. You're welcome to take your seats. I would like to extend my apologies on behalf of SAICE's Chief Executive Officer, Sekadi Payane Shakane, for her absence tonight. Sadly, Sekadi is facing family bereavement, and we ask you that you please keep her and her family in your prayers. Now, you will notice on the program that there's an item called Welcome, the welcome address, which Sekadi was supposed to be doing for us, but it was agreed that I will welcome you formally on behalf of Sekadi and on behalf of SAICE to this presidential inauguration tonight. We're excited to have you witness and celebrate SAICE's becoming president, Mr. Friedrich Slabbert. Mr. Slabbert marks the 122nd president in SAICE's history, 122 years. That's a lifetime and a half. We're excited to have Friedrich here and to celebrate with him. We also would like to extend a warm welcome to our partners. First of all, Gautrain Management Agency. We would like to welcome Trans-Africa Projects, Track N4 and SMEC, special guests and past presidents, members of SAICE, the industry at large, as well as those who have joined online. Unfortunately, you cannot be here with us, but at least you can go and make your own coffee. So you will have to watch from your distance. We thank you all for being tonight, and for those of you who dialed in, you are very welcome. Now, I'd like to ask you now to stand with us, but before you do, let me just say why I want you to stand. And I want to mention that Friedrich had a very particular request. As usual, we as an institution would like to start with our national anthem. For those of you who do not know, God Bless Africa. And we would like to do that, but he also wanted it twice. So at the end of the proceedings, we're going to close with our national anthem as well. And then there will be words on the screen that you can sing with us. For now, you're welcome to enjoy the music. If you have it in your heart, you would like to sing with us, you're also welcome, obviously. So I'd like you please to stand with us for the national anthem. may be seated. I would like to now call on to our headline partner for the event, Gautrain Management Agency Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Tsepo Gobe, to address the audience. Nomzan, please come and join us on stage.
Good evening. When Constantine Joseph Jirek said, "We the unwilling, led by their knowing, are doing the impossible for the ungrateful. We have done so much for so long with so little, we are now qualified to do anything with nothing." Interesting comment indeed. I'll read it for you again. "We the unwilling, led by their knowing, are doing the impossible for the ungrateful. We have done so much for so long with so little, we are now qualified to do anything with nothing." The comment was repeated by Margaret Thatcher while she was still in power, when she was berated about the lapses in governance in her government at that point in time. And this was on her second term. What she needed to indicate the fact that leadership is difficult. Leadership is difficult at the level at which those who have seen me today, they've seen me in 3 different outfits. Just today alone. I was in Maruping earlier on. We're reviewing the Integrated Transport Master Plan for the 25 years for Gauteng. I've just come off CNBC Africa at Closing Bell to do an interview with Fifi Peters. I'm now here doing things that I like, talking and giving you quotes you've never heard about. But that's the role of leadership. And role of leadership in itself, the question I get every year is, why does the Gautrain Management Agency sponsor this? We sponsor it because, or we are a partner to it because it is important to us. It is important to the growth of the industry itself. It is important to the fraternity as a whole. But not only that, we also recognize that in every year, as the civil engineering fraternity, we have to find an unwilling person, Mr. Slabbit, who is willing to be able to lead us and guide us. His challenges as we go into this are bigger than they have ever been. They are different. They come from an age that we ourselves sometimes we do not understand. And I will list some of them. So we're at a point at which AI has reached its point where it's beyond a proof of concept. It's now at a point where it's scalable. Now, a lot of our entities are asking themselves, what's the role of AI in my business? What would it mean to, what do they call it, to the size of business that I have? What does it mean to how I actually ensure ethics? The biggest issue that exists with us as what do they call it as clients at this point in time, it's what we call the creative dilemma. If somebody took a question I asked you and they put it into an AI, into ChatGPT, and ended up with an incredible report, does that make it their report? Mr. Slabbit, these are things you're going to have to contend with. You're going to, in this year, begin to not only try and answer the question, but ask us collectively as a fraternity, these are the issues we need to contend about. And this cannot just be done because we want it to be done. It will be done because somebody is willing to guide this fraternity somewhere. Ultimately, as you move out of that, and I can go on about that for hours on end, and this is not what I'm here for. The next bit of it is how to grow with technology. Now, technology is prevalent in our industry in today's terms. When we started off, we were the last of the drawing office guys. That's exactly that. We were the last of the drawing office guys. And we have moved on from then to where we are today. We're now at the next level where we will be able to do a whole lot more. You can now virtualize an entire site and be able to walk yourself through a building while it's being built and be able to check, the mistakes that have been done just simply through virtual reality. Now, does that mean that the industry is going to shrink? Contrary to popular belief, no. What it's actually going to do, it's going to put us back to what we need to be doing as civil engineers, which is thinking and making the complex decisions. Now, that in itself requires us to think differently about the industry and where it's going. And for us to be able to say, what does it mean for the industry to grow with technology? Now, the one thing you cannot avoid now, as I move off that particular issue of technology, and that one I can go on for 3 hours. I said the other one I can go on for 2 hours about it. This one I can go on for 3 hours. Is what we call the largest capital reallocation. Our industry in itself has a very interesting relationship to it. And it's the issue of green technologies. And green technologies in its full end. One of the things that you will be able to look through, and if you Google my name, you'll find that I don't speak about green vehicles. I speak about new energy vehicles and new energy mobility. Now, new energy mobility is very vast. And as we look through that, the question that comes up is, what does net zero mean to Africa? What does it mean to South Africa? And what does just transition look like? Interestingly enough, because we contribute, and it has been shown globally, 10.8% the transport industry contributes to global warming. And this is not just from your own vehicle. This is across the entire sector. These are questions we're going to have to contend with. And we are going to be asked directly as civil engineers as we think through the things that we have to do in the future. In 2025, it becomes Mr. Slavitt's to worry about those things. And we will beaver away and probably drive our V8s and not worry about these things. But we need to create policy direction on these things. And in essence, what does it mean to the civil engineering technology? But in essence, what does it mean to us teaching the next generation? I now regard myself as, of an older vintage now. I love the word vintage. I'll keep that one. That's the one I'm taking away from tonight. But ultimately, the big issue is that this industry does not work without its human capital. And in essence, one of the key things that the president of SAICE does is to drive human development and human growth as a whole. And therefore, this is an important event because we now put somebody in place who will then drive the agenda for the next few years. And we've been grateful to everybody who has taken on this role over the years. And therefore, we recognize that it is an important world in which we all have to aspire to move into. We also have to aspire to be able to bring on young people into this industry. In actual fact, one of the biggest things we're going to struggle with as a fraternity is what I call the missing middle. Because what you have right now, you have the very well qualified, the very knowledgeable, and the very experienced. And we have the very, very young on the one end. This middle end in our industry, it's not gone. It's just sitting in other countries. And one of the key things that we're going to have to do is we have to make it interesting for people to come back. You're not going to convince civil engineers to come back and on the basis of hope. You're going to convince them through interesting projects. You're going to interest them by doing the things that actually we have forgotten how to do over the last 5 years. It's about us going back to the big, hairy, audacious goals. It's about us building things like the Gautrain. And in essence, building bigger than that. It's about us building things like the Limpopo Rail project. That is how we're going to convince people to come back into the country. Because the biggest challenge that we have, it's not the fact that we've got that missing middle. It's the fact that the rest of us who are senior are so busy actually doing so much that you do not actually have that much time to actually grow the youngsters. And a well-stratified, civil engineering fraternity is important for its sustainability. And in essence, we have to rethink what we have become. And as a fraternity, mine is not for me to say what Mr. Slavitt must do, but it was for me to just simply say, we are with SAICE all the way, and we will be willing to work with you to be able to take it to the next level. With those few words, I thank you.
Nomzan Khobe, you've qualified for the vintage category. I think so. You spoke a lot of sense, and I mean that seriously. Thank you. Thank you for those words. Some good news. The starters is on its way. And for those of you outside the doors who heard this comment, you're welcome to bring it in. But the point I want to make, just before we start with the starters, on a serious note, I don't know if you guys listened carefully when we came in and we sort of sorted out our seats. There were a very interesting piece of music that played. Again, that came from Friedrich and his particular request for that. I want to share with you just a little bit about why did we play that, or maybe what is it about. Some of you might have heard that, some of you for the first time. It's called Miserere mei Deus. It is Latin for have mercy on me, O God, and it comes from Psalm 51. It was sung, if I'm not mistaken, Friedrich, by King's Choir. If I'm not mistaken, that was your version, King's College Choir. And it was composed by Gregorio Allegri during the reign of Pope Urban VIII, probably during the 1630s. And that's now serious vintage, if you want to ask me. For the exclusive use of the Sistine Chapel during the Tenebrae services of Holy Week. It's written for two choirs of 5 and 4 voices respectively, singing alternately and joining to sing the ending in one of the most recognized and enduring examples of polyphony. In this case, a 9-part rendition. What I didn't say is, why did Friedrich chose that? Friedrich is indeed humble, and I think, and I'm speaking on his behalf, the privilege bestowed on our President of the year, for all of those of you who are here at the moment, is indeed something for which you want to say, have mercy, God, because you're standing in the gap for so many people. Did you hear what Nomzan Khobe said when he said, in the engineering industry, we're making a difference for so many people? And that's what you've done. I was talking earlier to Andrew in preparation for tonight, and I said to him, my 3 years, very limited 3 years at the institution, taught me so much about how to make a difference. And isn't that what we're here for? And isn't that what we're going to continue to here for? Those of us who are here and will be here and want to be here will make that difference. Friedrich, thanks for that piece of music. Very special, and indeed setting the tone most appropriately for tonight's celebration. Now I've spoken too much. I think it's time for starters. I do not see any hand of no confidence in that suggestion, so it will probably be brought in. You take your relax, take your comfort at the table. It will come in, and I think the time, if I look at it, will be 18:50, but I think we can make it a bit earlier because we've gained some time. So I will let you know when it's time to finish up, and then we'll move on to a very interesting part of the presidential spousal exchange of gifts. Thank you. Enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, if your status was as good as my status, it was good. I think we have now the Vuma to help us proceed. And I would like you please slowly to take your seats because we would like to proceed with the program. Some good news, we are a little bit early, which I think is good. Not much, I think 5 minutes. But at least we are not running late. And I think that's important. I remember over the years at this function, one of the special events, other than all the events at this function, is when the two first ladies exchange some gifts. So that's where we are now. But before I call on these two fine ladies to come and join us upstairs, I would just like to impress the crucial role that they play throughout the tenure of their husbands. These tenacious, patient women consistently support and encourage their husbands' administration. They carry a sense of dignity, grace, and influence, and while they are not in an official position, they serve tirelessly championing their husband's role. I remember the 3 years when I was with SAICE, we traveled with Cliff and Cynthia, Bob and Dee, Louis Duval and Rosemary. And it was amazing to see how many kilometers you spouses had to travel with your husbands all over the place. And you've been widowed in that time. I mean, they just had to go and visit branches and divisions. And from my own heart, not what was given to me on the paper, I want to say thank you. Because I know what it takes to be a spouse of a president of SAICE. Thank you for that. So I would like to, first of all, let's give them a hand. Why not? Let's give them a hand. Yeah. I would like to call to the stage Mrs. Cheryl Clothier, the wife of the 2024 President, Andrew Clothier. Please come and join us. And now Mrs. Joey Slubbert, wife to the incoming President for 2025. We've got the two fine ladies here. I would love to know what's in the boxes, but I would ask. They have now the opportunity to share their gifts. Please go ahead. And you know, I do realize that the main reason, not the main reason, the focus of tonight is obviously our new incoming president. But there's a time also to say thank you. And there's a time for someone to say it's been a long year. And I think Andrew, 2024 president, would like to come and share with us his highs and lows maybe. Andrew, please come and join us, sir. I was watching this morning again the 2024 president's feature on YouTube. You didn't realize he was a celebrity. And some of you other old past presidents as well, because it's on YouTube. And he so eloquently explained my SAICE is our SAICE. And I really like that. And I know it's been a theme for a while in SAICE to be a bit more inclusive and for all of us to make a difference. And you will hear a little bit later from Friedrich on that as well. But Andrew mentioned what SAICE meant to him and what the benefits are to be a member. Now I can echo that and relate to that after so many years. I joined SAICE, I think, in 1985, quite a while ago. We are indeed building a future of civil engineering, and thank you, Andrew. You are leaving a legacy. because he was talking on this video about leaving a legacy. And I'm going to say to you, you are leaving a legacy in what you've given back to the engineering profession in general and in civil engineering in particular. I now call on you, please, to share with us your exit speech, sir. I'm going to leave that. Click on it.
Thank you, Gerard. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, welcome, and I'm going to take you through what my presidential year was all about. I've told myself two things, and I'm doing it already. Don't stand with your hands in your pockets, and try not to go off script. And I've come across something. Hang on one second. No. I'm not getting the notes up here. No? Oh dear. Okay. So, looks like I'm going off script. So, whenever I go out to my presidential visits and I meet colleagues, professionals, academics, they ask me one question: how has your year as SAICE president been? And I've thought about it, and my answer is it's been terribly busy. I know all the past presidents would probably say the same thing. Stephen Kaplan, the president from the previous year or last year, did mention it was going to be a busy year. I kind of scoffed it off. How busy can it be? But no, it really is busy. The other question they asked me is, how much does the president get paid? After I stopped laughing, I said, we get paid absolutely nothing, nada. We do it, and our reward is serving SAICE and serving the members. That's what we are here for. We are here to serve. My theme for 2024 was rethinking civil engineering in South Africa, and I focused on four main items: sustainability, climate resilience, greener energies, net zero carbon emissions. And Chairpo did mention net zero carbon emissions earlier. It was the ICE President Rachel Skinner's theme, net zero carbon emissions. The aim was to get to net zero carbon emissions by 2030. That's since changed to 2050. I know Cyril Ramaphosa has, and I'm going off script here, Cyril Ramaphosa has rather reneged on that. He's trying to secure energy for the future first, which is a good thing, and then he will get back to net zero carbon emissions. I'll explain this in terms of the three sectors I dealt in. It was transportation, and I'm a railway engineer, so my focus would be on rail. It was the water sector and also the energy sector. In terms of water, you're all aware South Africa is one of the 30 driest countries in the world. We are water scarce. We are fast becoming water stressed. I've also stated demand is going to outstrip supply by 2030. And if you look at Joburg, Limpopo, Lowveld, I did the visits there. I spoke to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. 25, and I think the figure was mentioned earlier, 25% of their water loss is due to leakage in their network system. So 25%. That's a huge amount of water being lost, and considering we are a water-stressed country. Just in terms of bringing the climate factor into it, this is the photographs from the storms that Durban and the Eastern Cape have experienced. Many lives were lost. We're talking figures of 17 billion over a period of roughly 10 years. They've been having storms. They have lost the equivalent of 600, 700 people in these storms. Wastewater treatment plants. More than 90% of the 824 wastewater treatment plants across our country have reached capacity. This is, I put this picture in here. It's a very good picture from Cape Town. It shows the Rietvlei and the Rietvlei River. And just further upstream is the Dunoon wastewater treatment plant. What you're seeing pouring out of into the Milnerton past the lagoon mouth is raw sewage being pumped into the river system. And that has gone through a very sensitive environmental ecosystem. As I said, I'm a railway engineer, transportation sector. Transnet, they've gone through some hard times. 2022, 2023, we had a 5.7 billion rand loss. I say we, I used to work for Transnet, so I keep putting in the we word. I'm not there anymore. So Transnet had a 5.7 billion rand loss, maintenance backlog of 120 billion. So they embarked on a turnaround strategy to improve operation efficiency and performance. I joined Transnet in 1990, and they've been talking about turnaround strategies ever since. I think I've gone through 10 turnaround strategies. I hope this turnaround strategy that they mention now is the one that's going to work. They are desperately in need of it. They've gone through mismanagement. They've also gone through corruption, and they've lost a lot of skilled personnel throughout the last decade. Good news, Infrastructure South Africa. They've listed investments for the rail utility. If I recall correctly, it's in the region of 30 billion rand, which is earmarked for the rail utility, and a portion of that is also for port development. So that's good news for the rail sector. We already find in the market now that the rail sector is improving. Transnet, a lot of tenders coming out, a lot of infrastructure improvements to be seen, and we will see that carrying on for the next few years at least. Prasa, I'm sorry, Fana. Fana is the chief engineer of Prasa. He took over Prasa in a very difficult situation, I think. They went through the collapse of their system during COVID, where they relinquished their security companies. There was a free shopping spree on the Prasa network due to that. So it's poor decision making. I had the privilege of taking part in the transportation division's outing in the Western Cape. With me in the photograph, you'll see Raymond Maseka. He's the regional manager of Prasa, and that's one of the new train sets. We went on a trip from Cape Town down to Cork Bay, and he's explained to me what Prasa in the Western Cape is doing. I believe they are leading the field in terms of getting Prasa turned around. Security is very high on the Prasa network at the moment. For example, there's no eating, there's no smoking, there's no drinking on the trains, and security are roving up and down the trains making sure this happens. I reckon in the next 4 to 6 months they would have the entire network back up and running, and that's the central line, which is still lacking a little bit. So Prasa is on the right move. Congratulations, Fana. I think you're doing the right thing. I hope the rest of the network improves, as is the Western Cape. Energy sector. You know, throughout the year, my take on Eskom has had to change because they're doing remarkably well all of a sudden. Now, we've had load shedding since 2008, and I went into the year all hyped and aiming my guns at Eskom, and suddenly there's no more load shedding. So we've had 245 days of no load shedding, which I think is a remarkable achievement for Eskom, and that's largely due to private sector investment and private sector involvement, which has really helped Eskom to alleviate load shedding. They've also, ISA, the Infrastructure South Africa, they've also prioritized more than 100 energy projects to the value of 240 billion, and 40 greener energy projects to the value of 300 billion for the financial years 24, 25, and 26, and they talk about job creation in the order of 500,000 jobs being created. So I think there's a lot of money being spent. This goes a long way to helping the net zero carbon emission, and I've always said there needs to be a focus on the greener energies, so I'm very glad that Infrastructure South Africa has prioritized this sector. Throughout my year, there are 19 branches. I know Frederick's aim is to go to all 19 branches. I managed to get through 8, and that was quite a push. Those are the branches I attended. Also went to the various tertiary institutions. I see there's representation here from the Central University of Technology. Where are you? There we are. Sorry, how can I miss you? Those blazers. So, welcome. And this is where I'm missing my notes. Let me just have a quick look. Yep. So, a lot of discussion at the University of Technology went about the IDOEW, it's Identification of Engineering Work. I think most of you should know about it. It's professionalized our industry. The target date is the 1st of April 2025, at which stage most companies must have their personnel registered as professional engineers or have a plan in place to get them professionally registered within the next 2, 3, 4 years. That same applies to the tertiary institutions. Their final year lecturers, the lecturers that teach final year, also need to be professionally registered. The thought behind that is that they are producing professional engineers, therefore they themselves need to be professional engineers. I think it's a good thing. SAICE is helping the tertiary institutions in getting their professional status. We have a program called the Masa Lelalakani program, which is assisting lecturers in getting their professional status. Just some photographs of my visits. I'll quickly skip through this. Western Cape, the Limpopo presidential visit. We also went on an excellent site visit to a new dam they are increasing the wall height of. That's the bottom left. Pretoria branch, Bloemfontein branch visit, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Johannesburg branch. I've met with, in the region of 10 companies throughout my visits. Also met with the DPIW, the Department of Infrastructure, the Department of Water and Infrastructure, as well as SASSEC and various local municipalities. And that, oddly enough, they all have the same grievances, which I will get to a bit later. I had the privilege of giving the opening address for the More Than a Woman breakfast in Durban. It was me, the male, standing there amongst 50 professional women. It was very daunting. They really made me feel at home. So, as I say, it was a terrifying experience initially, but we overcame. Just on the presidential visits, I must give my thanks to Ntaboleng, Sibongele, and Siabuka. They really made my trips enjoyable. They did all the arrangements for me, as well as Tom McCune, who can't be here tonight. He chose to attend the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix instead of coming here. Can't blame him. And then there's Oliver Rowe, head of membership, as well as Sakadi, who unfortunately can't be here either tonight. I had also the privilege of going to the UK with Sakadi, our CEO, as well as Alain Jacquet, the ICE representative in South Africa. We met with the Director General, Dr. Janet Young, and that culminated in a dinner at the Great George, also attended by delegates from Singapore and Hong Kong. It was a good networking experience and very enjoyable to be at the Great George. We've met with the head of membership of ICE, Professional Services and Adjudication Committee. We also met with the Royal Academy, who initiated the Africa Catalyst project. We discussed the mutual recognition agreements and reaffirming that South Africa will remain part of the mutual recognition agreements. That's the Washington, Dublin, and Sydney Accords. And then there was an ICE Women in Fellowship meeting where their focus was on resilience in women, resilience in engineering, and then there was resilience in climate as well. The final day was the NEC conference, which was well attended, and it's always good to keep up with latest developments in the NEC contracting world. So overall, the meeting in the UK with ICE, I think was, besides being enjoyable, it was, the points we discussed, the points we reaffirmed, it needs to be undertaken on a regular basis. I know we haven't been to ASCII, the American Institute, for a while. I think we need to strike up relationships with them again. I don't know when last they were in South Africa, probably 5, 6, 7 years ago. So that also needs to happen. Just some photographs from the visit. Myself, Sakadi, and Dr. Janet Young on the left, and then Alain Jacquet at the Royal Academy in the middle. Someone mentioned earlier media interviews. I think it was Shepu, if I'm not mistaken. So I've had my bout. Also with CNBC, live television, Radio 702, Radio MoneyWeb, and various news articles such as the Daily Investor. These were focused on the construction mafia currently plaguing South Africa. They like to be known as the Business Forum. It's a very eloquent name for the construction mafia. So they've affected more than 69 billion rands worth of projects in South Africa and hindered the progress of these projects. It's something that SAICE, along with SAICE, I see Chris is here as well. Yeah, along with SAICE, need to tackle the Auditor General, Department of Public Works, as well as Treasury, in coming to some solution as to how we deal with the construction mafia and how we ultimately get rid of the construction mafia. One other thing on construction mafia, it's not just the personnel on site that they target. If they don't get their joy with the people on site, they start intimidating the engineering families of the engineers on site. So it's not a pleasant experience. As I mentioned, concerns from my visits. When I said I visited the various companies, various other institutions. The biggest concern was the IDOEW, the 1st of April, Identification of Engineering Work. I've gone through that. Construction mafia, business forums was the other big item. Fee discounts. So many of you are aware, and perhaps some of you are not aware. In order to be competitive in tenders, you can't go in there as doctors do it. This is our fee and take it or leave it because they're all the same fees. Engineers offer fee discounts. When I was still with my previous company, JG Africa, the fee discounts used to be in the region of 20 to 30%. I've heard of companies now offering 85% discount on fees purely to remain competitive. That is unsustainable. Something needs to be checked in this arena as well. We need to get back to the EXA guideline agreements, and we need to stop doing this discounted fee arrangement. It's not good for the industry. The first thing that suffers is the quality, safety on site. That's the first thing that disappears out the window. The last bullet there, skills at local government and municipalities. These institutions, local government and municipalities, put out tenders, but they do not have the expertise to actually put them out in the first place. They don't have the expertise to adjudicate them, and they don't have the expertise to manage them once they have been awarded. This also needs to be seen to. Frederick? It's your problem now. Yeah, I've had meetings with the City of Cape Town municipality. They are upskilling their departments again. They are reintroducing engineers into their ranks, and I'm hoping that other municipalities will follow suit. The municipalities and local government need to become professionalized once again. Family. So in my nervousness at my inauguration ceremony, I completely forgot to mention my family. Because I went off script, you see. So as I think Gerard was saying, you cannot be a president of SAICE without having your family backing. It takes a lot of time. I've spoken with Stephen when I was inaugurated as well, and he said you're looking at about 60 to 70 days of your time gone throughout the year. He wasn't lying. It is about 60 to 70 days, and that cannot be done without the support, love, and commitment from your family. My wife Cheryl, my daughter Lee, and my son Michael, they've both been committed to me during my role as president. So for them, I say thank you very much. And as they say, behind every man is a wonderful woman. Thank you, Cheryl. Rise of the old God. And I mean old God in terms of his knowledge, not in terms of his age. Now this is where I've got to wing it a bit because there is no script showing up here. Frederick, I've known Frederick for, 2, 3 years, 4 years, maybe longer. I've been on many committees with Frederick. And I'm always amazed by his insight and the input he puts into meetings. A lot of people arrive there, don't say anything at committee meetings. A lot of people don't read the minutes before the committee meetings. But I truly believe, and I can see throughout the meeting that Frederick has taken the time to read the minutes, read all the notes, and he makes his input throughout the meeting. So for that, we're always thankful, Frederick. Your contributions to the meetings are much appreciated. Thanks. Stephen last year mentioned to me, and I'm going to mention to you, Frederick, if I may, your year of presidency, you need to enjoy yourself. It's not meant to be a burden. You have the whole SAICE office backing behind you. You have the past presidents. You have your vice presidents. You need to make use of them. The work is not for you. You are to lead, not to work. Try lead, not work. I know it's going to be difficult for you because you like to work as well. But please, Frederick, from my side, enjoy yourself, enjoy your year. I know you are going to enjoy it, and all the best. Thank you.
I was saying earlier that Nuzan Kobe was a wise man, but when you listen to these people, we just have to add more and more of those. There's so many things that I would like to share and agree with. I wanted to raise my hand and agree with it. But on a lighter note, when he said, there's a saying, there's always this, behind a successful man is a wonderful woman. Someone once said, behind every successful man, there's a surprised mother-in-law. But on a serious note, I cannot agree more with you, Andrew, on that one. There's one story I couldn't resist also mentioning in my time, and again I said it is before the war. In those days, Dr. Henny de Klerk, you might remember him, structural engineer, he was head of the public relations at that time. And him and I were going up in Africa with the ex-Africa Pro-Africa program, visiting some of the countries a little bit behind closed doors because we were not supposed to travel into Africa. But before that, I remember so well, we had to get some people to help us work with media, because that's exactly your point when you spoke about the media. They can be our best friends and our best enemies, biggest enemies. And I remember he called in Ruda Landman, those of you who might know that TV personality. And Ruda was sitting down, Gerard and Henny, and said, you know what, whatever the press asks you, first say either yes or no, and then you explain. Because if you don't do that and start explaining, they tangent off on something else, and you couldn't say yes or no on the answer. So that would be the advice, Friedrich. Colleagues, friends, we are now at a very important event item on the agenda for tonight. You know, when you see and recognize some special achievement amongst your peers, it's always so wonderful to be recognized. You know, it's one thing to say afterwards, you know, you did a good job at that time, but why not saying it when you see it now? And that's why we have in SAICE the Presidential Award. That's why we recognize achievement, recognize special people, that we would like to, in an event like this, come and say, you know what, thank you for what you're doing. So our President has got an allocation to be made tonight. SAICE has a lasting tradition of recognizing individuals for their meritorious service to the organization and industry. In light of this, civil engineering practitioners are assessed on selected criteria and thereby chosen to receive the prestigious President's Award. This year, SAICE President conferred the award to a remarkable individual for achievements and constant involvement with SAICE. In the year 2024, this individual has contributed significantly to the civil engineering profession while championing key initiatives that inspire and empower others. The accomplishments underscore commitment to driving progress in the industry and inspiring the next generation. Someone here, again, I'm sorry I'm referring to you, Mr. Khobe, but you again mentioned about there's a middle gap. There are younger people and senior people, and what we're saying is we need to lead the way, and that's exactly what we're doing. Thank you for that comment. We want to inspire next generation because, you know, we leave tracks, we leave spore. People have to follow. The roles, contributions of this particular and awards of this particular individual include the following. I'm going to give something away now, but hopefully it's only for the recipient and not for the rest of you. First of all, Masalulekane program, serving as a committee member and the Future Leader Program FLP representative of the SAICE Pietermaritzburg branch, champion of the SAICE Ethics Pillar, champion of the SAICE Star Pillar, deputy chair of the SAICE Diversity and Inclusivity Pillar, dedicated participant of Women in the Built Environment, successfully completed the 2024 SAICE Women in Leadership Program, 2024 Big Five Impact Rising Star Award winner. She must be older than we thought to do all of these things. Gender Mainstreaming Positive Role Model finalist, 2022 SAICE Graduate Engineer of the Year, STEM, you know that, Science, Technology, Engineering and Mathematics for Girls Advocate. I have to call Takalani Netsipale. Please come to the stage. I'm going to take my pad away and you can leave this, but you don't have to do your presentation, what we called you.
Wow, I definitely do not have words for this award. And I've got an entire tablet in front of me because I had to prepare something. But I really want to take this moment to thank everyone at SAICE, first and foremost, the president for recognizing me. I'd also like to thank everyone who's had to put up with seeing my face everywhere. I've had funny remarks, people asking, when does she actually work? Does she work? Does she want to become a civil engineer? And I think based on those comments, I would normally just come back and say, I am a civil engineer. I'm currently working for the KZN Department of Health, and I am implementing projects to maintain health infrastructure in KwaZulu-Natal. But this award is big for me, and I think for me it really emphasizes the fact that I belong. And belonging is quite important because when you belong, you feel valued, you feel that you are appreciated, you feel that your voice is heard. And when you do belong, you always make sure that you give your best. So me contributing to SAICE in the various ways that I have is not because, I was bored or I didn't have any work to do. It's mainly been because I felt like I belong. I was actually laughing at when did I actually start engaging with SAICE, and I remember the first time I engaged with SAICE is registering for an AGM, and I went to an AGM and I don't even know what happens there. But I decided to attend it because I said, look, I want to be involved. I don't know what's going on. I'll listen to the numbers. But ever since then, just meeting all the lovely representatives of the civil engineering fraternity, as well as the lovely SAICE members, I really want to say thank you. And I appreciate it, and do continue motivating others to also get to a place where they feel that they do belong. Continue mentoring people, continue guiding the youth. And as I always say, I always bring the young girls, young boys with me because I feel that we have a story to tell. Each and every single one of us has a story to tell. And it's our time to tell the story so that they also can learn from our lessons, our journeys, our successes, and also be better individuals than we were. Thank you.
I'm not kicking you off. while they're taking their seat, it wasn't my idea or my responsibility. But Takalani was very much surprised because she was asked to come and do a presentation here briefly on what she's doing. And she prepared for it. She had it on an iPad, I saw that. But it wasn't meant to be. She was supposed to be recognized. Thanks, Takalani. And you won't believe me, but my notes say I'm to announce that we will be breaking for dinner. Can you believe it? We're doing well for time, and I don't know what it is, but we're doing very well for time. It's now almost 20 past. The Sergeant Major was somewhere around. I don't see her there. She's coming. Do you know the Sergeant Major? I'm going to allow, in any case, the 45 minutes that we need. So take your time. Use it as a comfort break, to network, mingle. When you hear my voice again calling you back to service, then we'll dig in. And then we've got a very interesting presentation. I think that's going to be fun and games. Enjoy. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult this time around to get you to your seats. But I have a surprise for you, which might help you get to your seats. We're going to look at the video. So maybe I can get you to get to your seats to watch with me the video. Take your time, no rush. We're doing well with time, and I'm just starting to get it going. I hope you had a good dinner. It was good. It was good talking, chatting, eating, good food, good company. It is customarily done at SAICE when we do get the new president announced or introduced to ask somebody about him. And that then gets videographed and shared with us. And I think he might get a few surprises tonight, Friedrich. I'm not sure if he knows what people are going to say or not say, but we call this a tribute video clip prepared by Friedrich and by his family for Friedrich, friends and colleagues, providing a special message to him and giving us all some inside information on Friedrich. And you never asked me to participate in the video, by the way. So maybe I can use this opportunity to tell my story. Friedrich, no, you're welcome, sir. You are welcome. You're not welcome to do anything. You're welcome to sit. So I'm asking our clever people at the back, please, colleagues, you go for it. Thank you.
He's a gentleman. I would say that he is soft-spoken, but a true gentleman. And it made it so easy to relate to him. And then he's a very caring person. So he will inquire about your well-being and he'll show a genuine interest. So, which at times makes it quite unique.
Friedrich when I first met Friedrich, he was the standard sort of guy, a funny guy, sociable guy, really nice guy to get to know, and clearly knowledgeable. And that was the first impression. Second impression is when he took over as the chair, and he is a fierce leader. He leads from the front. He is encouraging. He keeps momentum going. He knows what people are capable of and pulls the best out of people.
Friedrich's a very analytical type of person. He analyzes everything that crosses his path work-wise, and he has the ability to unpack it into basics and then to find solutions for the problem.
I found him to be extremely positive. I found him to be a kind of out-of-the-box thinker. I remember we would consult about things and we would look at all the angles and we thought we had it. And you would say, well, how about this? Which would take us, to a different level altogether. This is one of the attributes of Friedrich, always aspiring to higher grounds.
Apart from his good intellect, his memory is better than the best elephant you will find in the jungle. I recently asked him a question just to demonstrate my point. I asked him, when did we complete the road design to the platinum mine in Peru? Expecting an answer such as, maybe somewhere in the mid-1990s. His response was, we finished it on Saturday afternoon, 6th of July 1995. The day that Steffi Graf won her 6th Wimbledon when beating Sanchez Vicario 2-1. Can you imagine?
And an important lesson I have learned from Friedrich is his ability to live a balanced life. Over and above his passion for engineering, his love and care for his family always remained a priority.
My name is Albie. I am Friedrich's eldest daughter. My dad is a very dedicated, hard-working and determined person. If he sets his mind to something, nothing will stop him from achieving his goal.
My dad definitely is a critical thinker and a problem solver. But with that, he's also such a caring person. And I think, it just shows the balance he has. He has this very critical, analytical mind, but a very caring heart as well.
Friedrich is very passionate about everything that he does. And wherever he is involved, he makes a difference. And that's what he wants to do. He wants to change the world. And I've learned from him that if you do something, you do it well. You don't go halfway.
I think Friedrich, when he sets himself a goal, he achieves it. We've seen it many cases in our sort of environment and community, where he would set a goal for fundraising for that matter, and then sort of inspire people and motivate them to contribute and bring their fair share and reaching that goal for whatever reason the goal is.
Actually, it's a very personal thing, but for a dad to beat cancer and work through all of that and still come out on the other side as a stronger professional, as a stronger individual, as a more religious individual, that is probably one of the most amazing things for anybody to achieve, for anybody to face that and still be the guidance required for everybody.
Flash! Flash, en hoekom sal julle sê is oupa soos Flash?
Want hy ry baie vinnig fiets.
Wow.
Hy's baie vinnig met alles behalwe eet.
Hy's baie vinnig met alles behalwe as hy eet. Ja.
Well, none of the normal ones come to mind, so the only one I can think of is Deadpool. A little unorthodox, gets things done. And I think that's not necessarily in the normal way, but certainly gets things done.
Caring. And I think it comes to him naturally. He's got the ability to want to achieve a lot, and especially in the community. And community also, of course, includes our country. He knows that he's got the capacity and the means to effect change. And we see it in a small scale in our friendship, in the circles where we are involved in. You can see how we effect change.
A leader has the ability to analyze chaos, to unravel the different elements which are at play, and then to identify the flaws in the system. This is not Friedrich. He goes beyond that point. He leads his team to solve the chaos, which makes him a good leader.
Hi, my name is Leah and I am Friedrich's oldest granddaughter. My favorite moment with my granddad is having a Sunday braai at his house. Baie geluk oupa met jullie prestasie. Ons is baie trots op jou.
It's family moments, and if I say family, it's a big family and they are quite well knit and close knit. So we have regularly a family get together, and the way in which he enjoys that, being surrounded by his family, it's my favorite moments with him, also being part of that.
Edelagbare president, baie geluk en sterkte vir hierdie groot taak. Ons besef dis 'n massiewe en ingewikkelde uitdaging. Maar as ons dink aan al ons ervaring saam, weet ons, jy is die regte persoon hiervoor. Met jou kennis, ervaring, onwrikbare geloof en hoop, het jy ons almal aangespoor.
Ja, Friedrich, van Augustus, fietsvalle, kankeroorwinning, staptoere, gemeentebou, gemeentebestuur, kore, saam musiek maak, saam sing, heerlike kuiers met uitstekende wyne, opregte vriendskap van jou en Joey oor 'n tydperk van 32 jaar, was jy altyd vir ons 'n groot inspirasie. Ons het jou leer ken as iemand wat alles gee vir 'n saak waarin jy glo.
Daarom bid ons jou wysheid, insig, genade en goeie gesondheid toe vir hierdie groot taak en pandemie.
Dit is vir ons 'n groot voorreg en seën om julle as gesin te kan ken. Baie liefde.
En
sorry.
With the high-mindedness that I know of in Frederick, with his drive and positivity, he will be an excellent leader. And sorry I'm using the terminology leader, but I couldn't find any other, vehicle to describe, the role he is going to be playing. I'm very excited about this, friends, and I would like to congratulate Frederick and the industry again for having Frederick as our president, and I wish him all the best, and hopefully I can also do for him what he did for me in terms of being by his side as he starts this new journey of support and service to our country. All the best, everybody. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Friedrich, may your dreams and wishes for your presidential term materialize, in order to leave you and your team with memories that you will afterwards be proud of.
So I believe through his actions with SAICE, he has also done a lot of what we would call sweat equity work, involved in our industry with the upliftment of making people aware of what we are doing and what we are trying to achieve for the greater community out there. So I'm very hopeful and confident that Friedrich will do the same in his new role.
Friedrich, I want to thank you for all the years of loyal friendship and professional partnership. I salute your strategic thinking skills, your masterminding, passion for your work, as well as drive and commitment to succeed. Remember, insight is a gift from God. I do believe that you will make a success of your new endeavor. I wish you well on this special journey. Good luck.
Frederick, I wish you well with this new challenge that you put up your hand for. I hope it gives you joy. I hope you are satisfied with being intellectually challenged in your old age. And you must enjoy it. Remember to enjoy it and try to make a difference.
Friedrich, you have a very important role to play. We're rebuilding the country now. We have to rebuild infrastructure and we have to set a new pace. And in that respect, you have to play a massive role in convincing government and your own profession and commerce and industry at large to work together, to plan together, and to deliver on these massive challenges that we have in our country. And in that respect, you can build a new legacy for yourselves. And all of the best for the future.
Friedrich, from Sheila and I, we are so proud of you in your achievement. It's a wonderful achievement in your career. And we know that if there is someone who will effect change, who will show South Africa what we can do, you are the person to do that. You're truly a remarkable man, and we appreciate being part of your circle of friends. We know that you walk with your hand in that of God, and He will take care of you, and blessings, everything which is great to you.
Friedrich, I am thrilled, and I think you know that that you are the incoming president of SAICE, and I think the best that I can wish you is to continue in the future as you have been doing in the past. May I wish you for the future faith and idealism, for the present the strength to serve, and for the past memories that will warm your heart and give you strength to get through every crisis that you may encounter.
Frederick, congratulations on being president of SAICE. I think that's an incredible achievement. I think your leadership skills will certainly be put to the test, and I'm really looking forward to being part of SAICE while you're at the helm. And I think the industry is going to notice that you are your position in SAICE, because I'm pretty sure you are going to be everywhere. Have a really good evening and look forward to the year ahead.
As you go along this journey as the president of SAICE, things may not work out quite as you expected, but I'm confident that irrespective of what befalls you along the way, you will make the most of it, as you will continue to give unselfishly for the benefit of your fellow professionals, the industry, and the world at large. I'm fairly sure at the end of your year as president, you will have many, many more stories to reminisce on whilst you cut the grass.
We congratulate and salute you on the achievement in becoming president of SAICE. However, we wish you only the best vision, calmness, and staying true to your course of always finding the best for the industry, being a beacon of hope. Stay true to that, and we believe that you would actually leave SAICE in a better place than you found it. Ultimately, that's what you taught us. Where you go, leave it in a better place than you found it.
Papa, jy is ons go-getter en ons dromer en hier is jy. En ek wens vir jou net alle sterkte toe. Dat jy alles bereik wat jy wil in die nuwe rol, 'n groot verantwoordelikheid, maar ons weet jy kan dit doen. Sit daai pen op papier en go for it.
Friedrich, I think you are a true ambassador for engineering and for SAICE, because you are so passionate about engineering. Please remember, I will be here to support you, and I'm proud of you, and may God bless and keep you now and forever.
Well done, Opa, good luck!
What do you say after such a video? I wanted to say, or I did say to Friedrich, it's my turn to say something, but I've got nothing to add. There was one comment from, I think, from a family about age. I'm not sure. You know, in the business world, you call that a career-limiting move. I'm not sure what you call it in a relationship move. But on a serious note, Friedrich, may God bless you abundantly. I think the video showed from your colleagues, your friends, your family, your children, grandchildren, what they see in you, and we support you as an industry, as your colleagues. I mean, this is one big family, and we wish you well, like we've done with all the presidents here. You know, I was again amazed. I did say, yes, it's my vintage or closer to my vintage, but guys, can you believe how we're doing the bricks one by one, one by one, one by one? And one day, when many of you youngsters sitting here will see the results, it will be a privilege to see people like Friedrich and the other presidents we have here participated. And we look forward to you taking over. It's your turn. we want to get more to the Kruger National Park. I think so. Colleagues, a very important part of the evening, changing of the chains. I would like the presidential chain team for conferment to be done now. And for that, I would like to first call on our current president still, Mr. Andrew Clothier, to come and join the stage with his change. With his change. And I have to call President to be 2025. Friedrich, come and join us, sir. First time. I think our president deserves a standing applause. At the same time, you remember, you're welcome to sit down. You're welcome to sit. Thank you. I was saying in the beginning, when you opened the evening, I was saying it's also a time to say thank you. And on behalf of SAICE, we would like to give our past president a certificate, a medallion, as a vote of thanks for his year of tenure and for what he and his wife was doing in that time. Andrew, I've already thanked you, and I want you to know that we appreciate what you've done. Thank you. And I know this is your last moment in the sun, but enjoy it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you. Much appreciated, sir. Thank you. Every year this time we also want to unveil a portrait of our handsome young president. Join me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that when Friedrich and I prepared, and he asked me originally to join in the celebrations, there was one particular thing that he really meant from his heart when he said to me, I want to do the oath, the engineering oath that you are aware of. We also do that annually. So we normally, and we would have to ask Sakari to come and do that as CEO of our organization, because he pledges an oath to the organization, to us, the members. And unfortunately, as I said, Sakari is not with us. And then it was almost at the same time we unanimously said, where's Bob? Bob Pullen, our eldest member tonight. So Bob, I want to call you, sir. I've already said you meant so much for me. Please come and join us. You can help. Come and help.
Sorted out the logistics. I'm an engineering practitioner, and in my profession, I take deep pride. To it, I owe solemn obligation. Since the origins of humanity, human progress has been spurred by engineering genius. The engineering profession has made nature's vast resources of material and energy usable for humanity's benefit. Engineering practitioners have vitalized and turned to practical use the principles of science and the means of technology. Were it not for this heritage of accumulated experience, my efforts would be feeble.
Colleague Friedrich, do you pledge to practice integrity and fair dealing, tolerance and respect, and to uphold devotion to the standards and dignity of the profession, conscious always that your skill carries with it obligations to serve humanity by making the most sustainable use of Earth's precious resources?
I do.
Friedrich, would you participate in none but honest enterprises?
I do.
Then, when needed, will you give your skill and knowledge without reservation, and in the performance of duty and in fidelity to the profession, will you give the utmost?
I cannot do otherwise but do. Thank you. Thank
Very special moment, and indeed looking forward to what Friedrich is going to do in leading in the profession for us. We're going to now move to the toasting period, or the toasting event rather, a period in our program. And I would like to ask you all to make sure that you have a glass close by with something in it. You know what? Thank you. You know when you send a WhatsApp and you make a mistake, then there's an editing function. So can I please just edit my WhatsApp and make that correct? Toast was at the end. I'm at the bottom of the page, not at the next page. The bottom of the page is this man needs to talk to us. Thank you, Friedrich. Thank you for helping me. Thank you. Friedrich is going to talk to us, but what I need to say, and that's my last word, and this is the correct WhatsApp I'm going to send now. He's going to talk to us about from mowing the lawn to shaping the future, embracing challenges and applying life's lessons. Friedrich, we're looking forward, sir. I'm leaving. Thank you. Here's your clicker.
I just need to make sure that I know how to work this new tool that I've never used. If I press that and I press that, then it's fine. Yeah, to me, I may not get off the stage. So I actually am worried because I want to go to people who are sleeping. Because Andrew mentioned that I pick up people that are not participating in meetings and so forth. And so I thought I can walk around, but then Adina said to me, you may not get off the stage. Because those people in the audience, not in presence, they also want to see you. Good evening, members of SAICE, our guests, sponsors. I am honored to be standing in front of you as the 122nd President of the South African Institution of Civil Engineering. And it is a privilege to serve. What I'm going to talk about, the tone of this address is more from the heart of what's in me. You've heard some of the people talking about he's a good friend and he can do all of those things, magic things. There's no magic person, full stop. But I am going to share with you some values that have shared or shaped me. Not this shape, but this shape. Yes, tell you, I married in the suit, so the shape is still the same. So I talk about, and you've heard some of those, family, integrity, and above all, my faith. I can't be who I am without the faith and the belief in the support and guidance of my dear Lord. I'm speaking not to civil engineers only. We have a number of friends here who are not civil engineers. We have staff who are not, or people who are not civil engineers. I'm speaking to all of you. I'm speaking to young graduates and to experts. So in anything that I'm saying, I want to ask you that you put yourself in that little sentence. Because I can't be in your position. I can only give you guidance of what you can apply in your division, in your situation. There will be something for anyone, for everyone. Okay? First, I want us to realize that us as South Africans, we sang the anthem, that there will be something for we as South Africans, but ultimately there will be something for you as an individual. At least I hope so. The theme, Gerald already shared that, and you may think that what the heck is this man talking about? Mowing the lawn and shaping the future, embracing challenges, applying life's lessons. I'm going to get throughout the discussion, we're going to get to that. The theme is about people. It's not about who we are, but it's how we can be in every facet of life. It's about philosophy. It's about reality. But above all, and if you don't hear it, you must come and talk to me at the end, it's about the call to action. Tonight, as we embark on this journey, I invite you to join me in reflection. There are going to be things about life's lessons and the commitment to take action. Whatever it is in your sphere of influence, as I've said, every one of us is in a different environment. In your profession, in our communities, and ultimately our country. SAICE plays a critical role in infrastructure, whether we want it or not. That's what SAICE is. It's advancing professionalism. We've heard about the ID, ODE, the W, and all of those things. Advocating of sustainable and resilient infrastructure, because without that, nothing is really working. But most importantly, to champion excellence. I'm going to move this a little bit because there are people who can't see me or I can't see them. Infrastructure forms the backbone of society. The roads that we travel to work, the power that we have in our houses, the water that we have or not have. But it is more than that. It is to do with the impact of infrastructure in our lives. It's not only convenience. It's about economic growth, societal strengthening, and ultimately sustainable development of an economy. Take infrastructure out, then we are left. We have very little. We in SAICE, in particular, are the stewards of progress. And if you don't fulfill that role, then very little of that progress and economic development can happen. Through the culture of continuous improvement and responsibility, we are not going to develop to a situation where we have more to offer than just existence. Sadly, we have encountered a lot recently that there's a lot of self-centric focus. I call it, what is in it for me? You've heard about our president, past, and all of those, and I honor you, gentlemen, ladies. Ladies, I honor you too, that it is a serving position. But this continuous learning and continuous involvement, that makes the infrastructure and the collaboration, it makes us work. But we need to make that change away from the self-centric focus. And therefore, we need to start thinking about, as you see on the screen, what about how can we wish to be remembered? Now, I don't want you to remember anything you've seen already too much. We can achieve much more than what we think if we believe in a better world. But if you don't believe in anything, the status quo is definitely not going to change. Therefore, we need to make these values that I'm sharing, we need to make it tangible. In the SAICE work, number one. I'm going to talk later a bit about that. Oopsie, but I forgot. I need to acknowledge some people. Let me do that first. Number one, I cannot help talking or thinking about my parents. This year, that both of them would have been 100 years old. Okay, that gives an indication of my age. Somebody said about old age people. But they taught me two valuable lessons, or values. From my dad, the value of serving. And from my mum, the value of systematic thinking. And the interesting thing about that is that also taught me to ask the right questions. Hey, Alan, we are talking about that recently quite a lot. Ask the right questions. But that my parents taught me that. We all know those questions. What needs to be done? Whether it is making my bed or washing the dishes. I'm talking about when I was a kid. That's what I did. Or, where must it be done? Go and mow the lawn. Or, keep your room neat. Or, when must it be done? Well, if your homework is done, before breakfast or whatever, when the time is right. And then also, but who must do it? Each of us has a role to play. We need to, I've learned to be accountable in everything that I'm doing. But why do it? Because to achieve a better outcome and to contribute meaningfully. And then lastly, then we say, okay, but all right, we know all the questions, but how do we do that? This is where the learning started, and I think that's through my parents where I start learning to start thinking about all these little things, all these questions, but how? What is the learning foundation in my approach towards engineering? However, I can't only think of my parents and what they taught me. Many supervisors, clients, and we have clients here tonight. Thank you very much, Fred, for being here. Clients, Llewellyn, many others, clients, SMEC, clients, Abbas in the UK, that allowed us to debate a problem. And not only saying, this is what you do and this is what I want, whether that's the correct thing for the outcome. So thank you for the supervisors, even in government, in the days. Just by the way, I started on the 23rd of December 1974 to work for the TPA Roads Department. Okay, some of you were not born then, so you won't be able to understand what that means. Okay, but I didn't know anything about engineering. But today I think I am an engineer through constant input from others who knew more than what I knew. But I also had to listen. I also had to accept other opinions. So thank you to colleagues, friends, to lead me in this path. But I can't stop here without thinking of Joey. I love you very much. And thank you for nearly 50 years of friendship, not all married, of how and your never-ending, enduring, never stop loving me, despite whatever. And our children, the fact that you are here all tonight, that shows your love. And despite all the efforts in my career, seldom at home, so Stephen and Andrew, I'm not worried about being away. Oh, Joey is not going to worry about that. She may be happy about that. But the kids, in all the circumstances, in me performing my profession, to have that love despite my career. Thank you. Dankie, julle kinders. Love you. Thank you all, clients, friends, family, for being part of my journey. But let's get back to where I interrupted myself. Back to the introduction. Anyone could ask now, okay, but where do we go from here? What do we need to do first? We'll unpack a lot of that as we go on. But the one thing I draw a lot of inspiration from is from Earth's rhythm. You all know that. It goes around the sun in a year. And in that period of a year, we have 4 seasons. And while that Earth is going around, it also turns around its own axle. And that gives us a new day every day. And that tells me that each day is a new opportunity to begin anew. What is past is past. We can't change that. So, after all the excitement up to arriving here, all the pictures and the drinks and the starters and the friends that we meet, I want us to just switch off. I'm going to ask you to just listen to the music that we're going to play now and prepare your mind to think about where are we now. So this piece is composed by Dario Marinelli. He composed the music piece. It's called Dawn. What do we do with dawn? It's a new day. It is from the soundtrack Pride and Prejudice. I'm going to talk about that a bit longer. And it's played by a pianist, Lola Astronova. May I just say, while they prepare playing that, we would have had a piano here and we would have a number of people singing with me. But that would have costed 35,000 rand, so we said, no, we're not going to do that. So we made another plan. All right, let's listen to this piece of music while we just think. So, what is the background of all of this? The novel has 360 odd pages. Okay, so if you have nothing to read tonight, go and read Pride and Prejudice. It's written by Jane Austen, and it was published in January 1813. Okay, so it's nearly as old as SAICE, or SAICE is nearly as old as that. But why do I share this? There are a number of lessons that one can take out of, it's not Shakespeare, but similarly, we can take some lessons out of that. And when we ask the question is, where do we start and what is our approach? I'm saying, but let's do a bit of introspection. How can I share knowledge with anyone if I'm not true in what I'm doing? Simple as that. So I've gone through a lot of reading, and I picked 5 that are of true relevance in our environment of civil engineering. It deals with approach in life and problem solving. Now, we as engineers, we love problem solving. Nah. Obviously, there are more than the 5, but I'm going to share 5. Firstly, the matter of the value of growth beyond first impressions. Now, what is the first thing that we do? So often, our first impressions are incorrect. We arrive at a place, we meet someone, and we say, I don't think that guy can do the job, or that lady can, oh, this client is wrong. But we never give ourselves the time to assess. We misjudge each other. We misjudge the situation. But we are so important to know that this is what we do, that we miss the point. This is a call that we approach every challenge and every person in openness and willingness to reevaluate. Because while we reevaluate, in leadership, it means looking beyond the surface and looking for a better solution, a better outcome for both ourselves and others. And in that process, we may become better. Integrity, ethics, responsibility. We've just shared it before. Stand up what you believe is right, if you know you're right. We so often decide, I am right, without knowing that the full picture. This speaks to the importance of the character of leadership, the courage to act ethically no matter what, make tough decisions. Just by the way, recently I did a test about ethics and stuff, and I was quite proud. I scored 100%. Thanks for the guys who put me through that test. But it's a test. You need to know what is right. You need to be a champion of principles. Because without principles, we are just floating around. Even when those actions are not immediately recognized, we may benefit in the long term by making sure that integrity prevails. Resilience in the face of obstacles. Resilience is in every, I've heard it this early in the afternoon about resilience, and I asked, well, people have read my notes. But without resilience, we are just floating around. Whatever the challenge, so we need to understand what the real cause of that is through various challenges, and that includes family challenges and our engagement with people. But we need to be different. As leaders, we need to embrace resilience so that we can become successful successfully navigate challenges and encourage, that's the important part, encourage our team members to become better in what they are doing. We need to be showing the example. The power of humility and self-reflection, and that's the most difficult thing that we are not able to do. Acknowledge that we've made a mistake. Acknowledge that this design is not the best. Acknowledge that, even as clients, that maybe the solution is not the best. Acknowledge that in my personal life I made a mistake. Our requirements is to admit that we make mistakes. Not because we are soft, but in that process we become better. The self-reflect makes us do better. And in that process, we get more respect for the others that pointed it out to us. Lastly, and that's a bit of a theme in this discussion, is about the strength of partnerships and collaboration. For each project and every engagement, we need to find out the common ground in what we are doing. We cannot just say, this is the way to do it. And in strength of partnerships, it is about mutual respect. It is about shared values and commitment to support each other. When we have partnerships and collaboration, it means that we are listening to each other. And by listening to each other, we achieve more, because one individual cannot achieve all. So, how do we apply that now in our SAICE life, or in the life's lessons that we have generally as we go? And I say, well, the first thing is, let us consider engagement as a first topic. I've picked it up in some of the points there. So, improved engagement will ensure that we remain relevant, valuable, trusted, and a learned society of choice. It's simple. But if we never have relationships with anyone, who will gauge or value the work that you are doing? So from that, I then said, okay, but then what do we need to do? Okay, I've heard it in all the discussions, so your analytical mind is now working with you, so what is the next step? Right, the next step is then, how do we analyze this engagement thing? There are two types of engagement. So number one, it's the internal engagement. We as, let's call it SAICE and close partners. What is that close engagement? What is the responsibility of that? We need to, as institutional structure, we have a number of committees, and it's no use that each of these committees, well, you've heard it from Andrew, 19 branches, 11 divisions, and then a number of more higher level education and training, membership, future leaders panel, infrastructure working group, finance and audit, the board meeting, all of those committees. But if we don't have a focused approach or focused vision, then all of the talk remains only talk and very little results. So I've then said, okay, let's look at the internal view of what we are doing. And I've identified 7 immediate things that we can do. I'm not going to elaborate too much on those. Is first, we need to have a clear purpose and vision to align with the SAICE Constitution. Now, what's the SAICE Constitution saying? Professionalism, sustainable infrastructure, engineering excellence, That's what our Constitution is saying. So we need to make sure in every committee, in every meeting where I make these comments, that we need to actually do exactly that. But then we need to have a call for action. There need to be an action list at the end. Who is going to do what? And it deals with the matter of if our members there in the Transkei, in Richards Bay, in Uppington, can see what we are achieving, then they say, wow, I want to be part of that institution because they help me to become stronger and they help me and give me tools to help me engage with my client. So engage in calls for action, but we need to give them proper guidelines if they don't have it. And that's why I've said I will visit all 19 as an example. Because we need to have a common vision to achieve. But we need to be able to be recognized as a public expertise and advocacy. So if Gautrain is saying they need help, then we need to be able to say, but we have members who can help you. And let's work out a plan, how we can make a plan and do something. And also, when we see organizations outside of our sphere of influence struggling, then we need to be able to provide support, advocacy. Not a finger-pointing thing, but the embracing thing. How do we help each other? So then we need to continue with what we do in the education and professional development and inclusivity. I put them all in one category. I will see later now why. But it's to do with mentorship, workshops, online networking opportunities. But what is missing in those online activities? The engaging part. You've heard me use that word a lot already. If we don't engage, sit around the table and work out a problem, engage what we've learned, then that learning may not be that successful. Community involvement. All of us are somewhere involved in a community. Well, you've heard people are saying me, I'm doing that community, and we do fundraising and whatever. But we need to be an example in some way or another. It's no use that we repeat what is in the newspaper, because that is journalism. It's fantastic. It points out the problem. But when we need to find a solution, it requires an engineering brain, engineering thinking of how we solve that problem. Potholes, power, water supply, water reticulation, all of those things. It's no use that we just keep on talking about it, but let's put something together, because Cape Town's solution is not the same as Pretoria's, whether you talk water or roads or public transport or rail or whatever the case may be. It varies from area to area. And therefore, we need to have strategic focus in terms of what we do. It's a big picture. You've all heard me at SAICE about the puzzles. It's a massive big picture, but all the puzzles need to fit into one big picture in the same picture. Then lastly, we need to recognize our members, value for what they do. There are many members who are not serving on committees, who are doing a lot of great work for engineering. I'm not talking SAICE, I'm talking engineering. And that we need to recognize. And all of those will bring people together and say, hey, we want to be part of that organization, that institution. So, enough about the internal part, but we need to take note. Somewhere we need to solve it. The external collaboration, it's like talking to Gautrain, the management there. There's a problem. How do we engage as SAICE, as a voluntary association? So it's important that don't go and talk to someone and tell him, why, sir, we know more than what you know. It doesn't help that way. If I have a problem with my neighbor, I can't send him a letter. He's just going to laugh at me. So would the problem not be solved if I become a friend of my neighbor? Friend of government? Friend of other institutions? Let us not at any moment think that civil engineering can solve all the problems singularly. If you look at the water treatment plant, I think I need some mechanical engineers and electrical engineers and all other types of engineering. And we need to embrace those knowledges. And that, therefore, the engagement need to find what is it that we want to achieve and how do we deal with it. I've developed just a simple diagram just to illustrate the situation, and that is we have government from the various national levels, municipal levels, state-owned enterprises. All of those are there. Then you have private sector from consulting engineers, contractors, etc., all of those type of organizations. And then you have the universities. They have the knowledge, but they don't necessarily share it with everyone, or we don't read it all the while. But that requires some engagement of some sort. And then we have the voluntary associations. It's us and all the others. There are more than just SAICE. We all know that. Road Federation, Water Institute, etc. And then we have a regulator, EXA, and we need to make sure that we perform our duties in accordance with what EXA is asking us. But do we have a strong relationship with EXA? I'm using that as an example. Or do we have any relationship with any government department or any municipality? Now, if we don't have that relationship, then why are we saying there are problems? So what's SAICE's role in all of that? I'm putting SAICE right in the middle of that and say, because we have members in all of those institutions, the next president will come from the University of Pretoria. We have members in all of those groups. That means that we can, without fear of favor or criticism, facilitate discussions to solve problems of water supply, of rail problems, etc. But if we don't do that, are we doing what we are supposed to do? Or are we just looking after ourselves? That what is in it for me? In all our engagements, we need to have the future at the forefront of all our engagements. So, status quo, background, all of that is gone. Now we all understand where we are. How do we move to the future? We may have all different views in terms of everything that I've said up to now. I can guarantee you. Because you have not worked in my environment and you don't necessarily agree with me even. And that is also good, because that is all to do with inclusivity and ensuring we all talk to each other. But therefore, I want us to talk a bit about this shared vision of all of us. Allow engagement concerning implementation, actions, and priorities. So if I talk only to myself and I say, this is the only way, sorry, I'm not going to listen to you, what is the benefit of that? So I'm going to ask you to listen to some music. The title of this song is This Is My Song. All right? So you have your own song. I don't know what your song is. But the words of this song will be on the screen. It's written by Jean Sibelius, a Finnish composer. And he is known that he actually helped develop Finland's national identity. The song is actually 11 minutes long. Okay, so don't worry. There's a shorter version. We're going to listen to that. This is my song. This is a song that when I was taught to sing that, we were given the piece of music on a Tuesday and said, you are going to perform it at UJ on Saturday evening. Okay, so we did. It was fantastic. Please listen to the music and I will show you the words. Thank you.
This is my song, all the nations, a song of peace for lands afar and wide. This is my home, the country where my heart is. Here are my hopes, my dreams, my holy shrine. But other hearts in other lands are beating with hopes and dreams as true and high as mine. My country's skies are bluer than the ocean, and sunlight beams on clover leaf and pine. But other lands have sunlight too, and clover, and skies are everywhere as blue as mine. Oh, hear my song, O God of all the nations, a song of peace for their land and for mine. May truth and freedom come to every nation. May peace abound where strife has raged so long, that each may seek to love and live together. Onward united, righting every wrong. Onward united in its love for freedom, proclaiming peace together in one song.
From there, how do we? From there, where do we go into a shared vision for the future? Firstly, there's a renewed hope for infrastructure development. Tomorrow will be exactly 6 months after the national election, and a new government of national unity is there, and we need to unite around that shared vision that transcends boundaries and inspires collective action. Now, just in brackets, we have entered SAICE a memorandum of collaboration before we even had a government of national unity. A memorandum of collaboration with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and we have about every 3 weeks we have meetings to plan together. We even had a strategic session with them where we assist them to assess what they have and how we can move forward. So it's not the government of national unity that caused that. It is SAICE's engagement that caused cooperation. In future, well, we need to unite in future where infrastructure serves as a cornerstone of sustainable progress, driving economic development and prosperity, societies that have benefits, all of those, safeguarding our planet. We've heard about environmental change and the problems we have for generations to come. Not only for the next year when I'm president, it's beyond. We need to continue with that. So what then do we need to do? Again, it needs to be development of infrastructure with resilience, innovation, and inclusivity. All of these new technologies, thank you for sharing the artificial intelligence and all of those. I thought you read my notes before. But it's all of these new technologies that we have. But again, we need to embrace some of that. But we have to create smarter. And we need to be more efficient in terms of how we do certain things. And we need to converge ultimately into sustainable infrastructure, resilient for the future. We need to embrace the principles, I've said it before, collaboration, innovation, and sustainability. And then we can say, but okay, Friedrich, how do we do that? Through recognizing that we can't be in isolated planets, islands. We need to collaborate. There is a lot of knowledge in various pockets in a country, and we need to start working together to allow the full potential of infrastructure development. Fostering partners, all the players need to be involved. As in my diagram, very simplistic illustrated. But we have to get the relevant players for a relevant project around the same table. We are succeeding with that already in this year. We're going to elaborate more in the future. But by getting all the different insights around the same table, we can have a different outcome. Prioritizing environmental stewardship. We cannot ignore that COP29 happened and we do nothing about it. We have to do something about it because we have to deal with economic prosperity in South Africa in the first instance. If we don't do that, we will continue having problems on construction sites. There won't be benefits to the society. We won't be able to change anything about the climate changes and the impact of that and the quality of life for all. So, in my opinion, our shared vision for the future development is PPP. No, it's not that PPP of public-private partnerships. It's about possibility, promise, and purpose. A vision to unite us all into the same vision. We can build a brighter future for all if we work together. So, but we need to commit to excellence. If we just keep on doing the mediocre stuff, it's not going to necessarily bring us better answers. Excellence lies is steadfast dedication and upholding the highest standards of professionalism, ethical conduct in everything that we do. Whatever actions we perform, good or bad, will reflect on our profession. So we as individuals need to be as best as we can. Therefore, I pledge that we all conduct ourselves with the best integrity, honesty, transparency, adhering to the principles of fairness, equity, and respect for all. I can't talk about all of this if not without considering that we do have challenges. It's not only a dream, but we have many obstacles. It's a fact of aging infrastructure, asset management not being applied. Authorities do not necessarily have the expertise. The rapid change of technology not being considered. Designs not, we still submit a design without considering future events. We still do because the guideline of 1980 says do it in this way. We need to start changing those documents. Scarce resources. We don't have thousands and thousands of professionals and specialists in all fields. And priorities and government political priorities are different to what we think it should be. But we need to engage. To achieve meaningful progress, we need to work together and prevent the pitfalls of neglect and inaction, sometimes so easy to do. I just show you some pictures from COP29. Very simple. It says the different futures that lie ahead. If we do nothing, we're going to get to the red zone. And if we're lucky, well, we're not going to remain where we are. So it requires action to get us into the green side. So Africa is known for being very dry. So if we do nothing, by 2040 we'll have 10 months of the year drought. Or we don't have mammals to look at beautiful in the nature. We have to start doing something. Therefore, my request, let us seize this moment to chart a new course for infrastructure development that is defined by collaboration, credibility, creativity, resilience, and while we create a legacy for the generations to follow after us. And they will be thankful for that. We need to become true leaders. Empower each of us to lead with confidence and purpose. In our field, civil engineering has so many assets, but we can't be in isolation. There are experts outside of our environment. We have to embrace them. To be an effective leader requires more than just what we've been taught at varsity. We need to bring in other specialist skills, vision, resilience, commitment to success of others, not to look after myself. It's about equipping ourselves and those around us to become the best we can to solve the most complex problems. Within SAICE, I know, we have a wealth of experience, but we keep it for ourselves. I think we need to do more about that. Inclusivity is not just a principle. From my lessons of Pride and Prejudice, they said there was something about inclusivity, but that's a catalyst for creativity. The moment I listen to someone else with a different view than myself, I broaden my own view about a solution. And until we don't do that, we're never going to get to excellence. So inclusivity is part of excellence. We need to embrace these various perspectives to uplift the broader community that we as engineers are serving. I don't need to talk about creating an environment where everyone feels valued, because if we work together, that is automatically going to happen. Think about the work we do, the engineering solutions, society, to build a sustainable future. If we just do work for the sake of work, we're not going to have a legacy. I'm closing. I'm back at my mowing lawn. So this I'm going to read because I want to make sure you don't miss a point. Through mowing lawn, many of us who are familiar with this chore, one that needs to be consistent attention and effort. When we neglect it, things go wild. Weeds take over. And it quickly becomes overwhelming. Now just think of if you don't look after a project regularly, all of a sudden we ask, how did this project go so wrong? So it's the same as mowing lawn. If you only think of it, oh, it's time to mow the lawn, and then it's too high and too wild. It's become too wild. But we need to care for a project, for mowing the lawn, with patience and dedication to cultivate something that we are proud of. Okay, let's say SAICE is this piece of lawn that we want to be proud of. Then we need to do it regularly. It's a space that is neat, open, well-tended, where growth and beauty can thrive. A successful project. It sounds like a successful project to me. Much like tending a lawn, our work in SAICE and as professionals require us a steady commitment, our active participation, and our willingness to address challenges head-on. You can't just wait till something goes wrong. We need to be proactive in what we are thinking and doing. It's about showing up consistently, mowing the lawn when it's required. You can't just pitch when you feel like it. We need to make the necessary adjustments as we go on. Maybe the lawn is too long and you need to lift the mower, or you need to send the mower in for a service, or whatever. But investing time to maintain something that we want will achieve a positive outcome on the people and communities around us and those we are serving. Oh, this is a nice lawn, I thought. But if I ask now, okay, who's willing to mow that lawn? How many people will raise their hands? Okay, so I'm going to change the question. Who of you are prepared to open the wings, eyes, and say, how do I collaborate? How do I start thinking differently of that person that I actually didn't like? Maybe I need to go and talk to that person and see how we can find a solution to our problem. Who will raise his or her hand? Okay, let me go to the other side. In April of 24, in April 23, when I knew I'm going to become president now, I said I've started to work on a book, Life's Lessons from Mowing Lawn. And there all of these things are coming from. And I was really hoping, as a gift tonight, to give you all that book. But sadly, my priorities changed and things didn't happen. However, I achieved something else. On your desk, on the table, there's a little container holder with a SAICE emblem. I want to ask you to pick it up. Because when I ask you now, who are going to help us to collaborate more, to solve problems, can you tell me who that person will be? Okay. I hear you laugh. May I just say, well, one of the lessons that I didn't put into my presentation or my address is that the novel of Pride and Prejudice has a thing that says, always see the humor in anything. Okay, so I'm glad that you saw the humor in this one. Okay, I'm gonna close, absolutely close. Don't worry, I'm gonna close now. I want to give you all a blessing, but I also want to call, it's a true call for action. It's a blessing to be called to action, isn't it? Because if nobody wants you, then, well, you're a bit of, you're worried about your space. Okay? Just going to summarize it. Let us work together. Wherever you are, let us work together. Every one of us has the ability to influence and contribute, but it requires that we do our part, bit by bit. Mow that piece of lawn. Get up in the morning, Boetie. Wash the dishes. Make your bed. Those type of things. These are not one-time actions. It is continuous. Those are habits. We need to do things by habit. I have a thing always about the different levels of knowledge. Unconsciously competent, consciously competent, etc. And when you get to unconsciously competent, you do things out of habit. So when I read the minutes, I know what the minutes should say, and then I make comments. Okay, sorry about that. We need to ask ourselves, what small, consistent actions can you commit to positively shape our profession? But also mentor those around us to also be better than what they are. Not because they are not good, they can be better. All of us can become better. There are values in each voice, even if it's a youngster. Thank you for your dedication. I know we're going to get this. And thank you for your passion, because we can only stand here if you have passion. Willingness to grow together. Even at my age, we can still learn. Let's get to work. Let's create the legacy that future generations will thank us for. Now, my absolute last note. That's a request, and I'm not saying that. It's half a quote. May you remember that our days are numbered, and recognize how few they are, and focus therefore to spend them as we should. I can't tell you how that should is. It's your conscience that will tell you that. And may we have constant joy to the end of our lives. And that is my wish to all of you. I'm going to close with another piece of music. And this time I'm also going to sing a little bit in between. As you've heard me the previous song, maybe they switched the mic off because it worried them. The song's name is Speed Your Journey. Because each of us' journey starts here with a different mindset. We have to change our minds. We're not going to get a different outcome if we keep on doing the same thing that we've done in the past. It's as simple as that. We're going to listen to that. I'm going to show you the words because I couldn't get a nice picture of that. Thank you. My absolute last wording is, please keep going until the work is done. I'm serving. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. President, we thank you. Highly inspiring, longer than you were allocated, but I may say that. But it was highly relevant, appropriate. We will serve with you. We've seen the little mirrors. We've seen that. Thank you. Let's give another hand. Thank you. And now I can ask you to join us in a toast, as I did earlier. So normally in the past we have wine with the past presidents. We're going to do that again. But Friedrich and I decided that he was looking for someone to present a toast to himself. In fact, maybe it was my suggestion, I can't remember. But I wanted to have the honor to do that. So I'm going first to present a toast to him. But I first want you, while I'm talking, to make sure you've got your glasses filled. Once I've done that, Friedrich will then call, or I will call the old past presidents, and he will then present a toast to them or have wine with them as the custom is. So bear with us. I think it's a special part. It is the last part before we're going to end the formalities. So I think it's going to be special. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So Gerda and I, my wife, know Friedrich and Joey and their kids for many years. We lived in the same suburb. We attended the same church, and our children attended the same schools, cheered on the kids around Unica, Laerskool, sport ground, and so on. But my professional association with Friedrich is going even further than that. And when he called me to ask me if I would participate in the celebration tonight, it was not difficult for me to accept the honor. It's hinged with much gratitude that I want to ask you to raise your glasses with me in honor of our newly elected president for 2025. Mr. President, thank you, Now we're calling Bob Pullen, Dr. Alison Lawless, Ronnie Watermeyer, Dr. Maren van Velen, Chris Herold, Errol Kirst, Vanna Marutla, Vishal Krishandut, and I think on the next page, Marianne van der Schuren, Stephen Kaplan, and obviously Andrew Clothier to the stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I promised you earlier the evening that we're going to have an opportunity to end with Nkosi Sikeleli, God Bless Africa. And that's our last thing we're going to do. Then I'm going to say thanks, and then we're going to mingle, enjoy dessert, and just have some fun for the rest of the evening. So as soon as you are close to your tables where you are, I'm going to ask you to stand with us. And then we're going to sing the national anthem. This time there will be words on the screen, so you're welcome to participate and make this also a prayer in your heart for our country. I think I need just a minute before we play. Let me just make sure we get some quietness. Mr. Friedrich, you know, can we please get you back? It won't help. Give him his moment in the sun. Give him his moment in the sun. You're welcome, Obud. You're welcome. There's only one inauguration of a president. It's now. Take your time. That's it. You're welcome. All right, we're going to sing our national anthem. But can I just, I'll get to that when I get to the thanks at the end. Please. Thank you, guys at the back. Thank you. Please take your seats Be seated just for our final closing comments, if that's okay. And so we came to the end of the formal part of the celebrations that we had tonight. Thank you all for attending tonight, those who came from far and those who came from close by. Thank you, Sekadi Panyana Shakane, our CEO in her absence. Thank you, Tabi, Letswane and the team, Sibongile, Siabuka, and other staff from SAICE head office for organizing this wonderful event. Thank you, Nadina Letang, and your team from Stardust, all the support that we had for the voice, and your professional support was just so good. Management and staff of the NH Sandton Hotel for the facilities and support. We also want to recognize the members and guests who dialed in virtually, and we thank you for celebrating with us. That link will now be closed after the proceedings. I also would like to thank our sponsors again, Gautrain Management Agency, Trans-Africa Projects, Track N4 and SHMEC. And I want to at the end thank our two presidents for tonight who presented us the opportunity to celebrate with them, both Andrew Clothier and Friedrich Slauer. Colleagues, friends, drive safely. May God bless you abundantly. And hopefully we'll see each other next year again. Thank you.